Interesting. Oh, there we go. Okay. Boo. All right. Well, we're back and we're going, and hopefully we get folks back. But let's jump into it. Let's get some battles fought, lessons taught, and have just a good old time. All right. This is the wider version of this. So last time I had a pretty good run going out in that field. I'm going to take the T72 down there. T72 is an interesting beast. I kind of hate that it's got no reverse, or it's got reverse, but it just doesn't have the same reverse gearbox so many of the German tanks have. And that makes me a little sad. That makes me a sad panda. But the trade-off is it's got phenomenal, or at least it seems to do really well to frontal shots. It's also got a very low profile, so it's very easy to keep it hauled down in territory that doesn't normally... I don't know why I'm driving towards A. I'm trying to get to this bridge over here, and I'm just driving in a random direction. But yeah, it does pretty well in a hull down position. So I'm kind of enjoying that about it. And then, yeah, just the general... I've had BPMs and, those kind of Bradley infantry support vehicles with the autocannons just unload on the front of the thing, and usually the gun is the only thing that suffers, versus like the rest of the German lineup. They just explode when that happens. So head on is pretty good. Side on, it's about a German tank at that point. So yeah, very interesting to play with. Learning as I go. Have to be better at planning before I get into a situation. That was kind of nice. Got crapped in the shot in the pooper, but did not break anything. Though I can totally see myself getting pinned on this bridge, and I'm very tempted to look as I cross, but I know that's a great way to end up in the river. So I'm just gonna haul Patootie across here and pray that whoever just blew that gentleman up does not target me next. Alright, so I'm gonna follow this road here. Oh goodness, sir, you're drunk. You're drunk and you need to go home. He's not drunk. He just has very poor situational awareness. He is not aware of where he is in relation to where I am, much as I am not aware where I am in relation to the enemy that's in this field. Oh, that's cool, man. That'll be good. Abrams is a crowd favorite, in my opinion. Okay. Thank you there, CV90105. It's funny, I always want to make fun of tanks that have or just vehicles that have numbers instead of names, but then when you think about the 109 and the 190 and the AC 130, there's so many vehicles that we do know just by their numeric designation, and we don't bat an eye about it. So it's just gotta get more familiar. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a daydream today about starting a different tech tree, but you know, got to commit to the grind. So, but I did have quite a bit of success late last night and a little bit this morning of running aerial missions with the tornado just to earn cash. Made about 200,000 and like, you know, 5, 6 missions. So that's a pretty solid way to do it if you got a nice strike fighter, because you can now see this is the trick. I can't back up, so instead I have to face the direction the shot came from. There he is. Okay, I am hulled down enough that he can't get me, but do I want to get him? Yes, of course I do. I hate when the teammates get right behind the enemy. Oh, yeah, see, look it, broke my gun. Let's advertise he broke my gun, and maybe by the time he gets to us, it'll be fixed. Can he can still see me. That's a bad plan. Oh, that's even more problematic. Yep. Got flanked. And my team, while marking them for scouting purposes, decided it was better not to engage them and help me out. Which, if you've played War Thunder at all, we call that par for the course. That is exactly what the game is how can I benefit me and my score and my metrics and my numbers and not win the game. I had a game the other day where me and another guy were just watching the approach to B and C from one of the spawns. The enemy was not spawning at these locations, right? Like, this was not where they were coming. You know, they weren't mounting attacks out of it. It was very dead. The fight was very clearly at their other spawn. And there was that moment where I think we both kind of were like, we should go. But if we did, the first fool on their team to spawn in is going to get 2 caps right away, because there's literally no one else on our team watching that entire flank. And it was one of those moments where, so for 4 minutes to win the match, we did nothing. We got, I think one guy spawned in the entire time we were there. And it's brutal. It's brutal. Like, there should be some sort of way of the game recognizing that, because it's like, strategically it's instrumental to winning. But the game could care less, you know, that your presence is an obstacle or your presence alone is a deterrent to, you know, like I'm sure Gaijin has no idea how to code that, you know, like it's, though ironically I was paying attention and I noticed that I get a lot of teamwork buffs when I'm doing absolutely nothing. And I'm like, is that just because I'm like near enough to someone who's doing something? Or, you know, like I'm trying to figure out how that exactly works, that mechanic. Because that might be what I'm talking about, and it might just be that we were just so far away from the fight. Maybe that's Gaijin's way of incentivizing kind of a moving furball where they don't want a static controlled map. They want to like misbalance it on purpose so that people have the opportunity to, you know, spawn in and do something cool. You know, and if that's the case, that's not a terrible idea, but I think the problem is then, yeah, then it just becomes what's more important, winning or points, you know, and I think everyone's mileage is going to be a little different there. But if that's the case, then they should remove any sort of bonus for winning. Because then, you know what I mean? Like right now, I think you get a pretty significant multiplier if you're on the winning team to your points. You know, that's a good question. I don't know if it's good. Here's my first thought. I hate this. This is the worst thing in the world for a German player. Like, I am so used to rapid backsliding. If this were the first tank I got after like a Tiger 2, I'd be happy with it, you know. But the fact is, it's coming after I'm playing Leopards and all these other tanks that have, you know, full reverse capabilities where they reverse at the speed they accelerate. So you really have to change how you play, because if you go just a little too far, suddenly you're screwing yourself over because you've got no way out. Versus, like, I'll show you the M48 Super. Let's say you get a Super and you want to back up, like, that's fast. You know, that's as fast backwards as it is forwards. So you've got a lot more flexibility about positioning. So, but that said, I like the front armor, the front hull armor. That angle is crazy. It's kind of like shooting a piece of paper. You know, like, it's not in the thickness, but in the fact that, like, it's so flat that it's like genuinely hard to penetrate the armor because of that shape. Does have a tendency to get its gunshot out, but I've been playing Germany for a while, so that's nothing new to me. You know, I don't think there's a country that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played any other countries yet. In my experience, all tanks lose their guns pretty easily, so 100% of German tanks lose their guns. And usually that's because we get good armor, and so people adapt by dismantling our guns and tracks to take us out of the fight. Let's see, I'm going to try not to take this guy's second half of cover, but I'm going to advance here because we need to. Now, that guy shot me from cross map. Oh, is there someone right here? There's not. Okay. Oh, I can't push through that building. That's unfortunate. See, look at this maneuver bit. Look at, this is not something I could do in that other tank. You know, like, it just... I just realized that's a very bad plan to get out on that road right now. Plus, I need to repair a little. Not much. Just a little bit. Oh, is that a friendly tank I'm hearing? What the hell just happened? 4 guys got lit up. There's a tank ahead of me. We're gonna take a shot at him. Boy, this is a hit or miss situation. I'm gonna let him... Oh, getting lit up from the side, eh? That's not my favorite. Don't know how exactly I'm gonna deal with this, because I've just got... Oh, good. We got a teammate, maybe? Nope, not a teammate. Not a teammate. 8, 7, 6. Nope, I'm dead. You don't see me. You don't see me. Just drive by. Just drive by. I'm dead. I'm a dead smoking husk. You don't see me. Damn it, you do see me. And you're coming forward. boy, man, they're just taking me out. One thing at a time. If it's not one thing, it's another. That's not him. I wanna... Oh, that's him! Boo! I was like, I could not find my target there. Thermals are nice, but they get kind of foiled when someone just hides in a pile of dead tanks. It's very hard to see them then. So yeah, long and short, still making up my mind about the T72. It's a very different play style, and that in and of itself makes it kind of challenging for me. But this tank, this guy, I'm in love with all day, every day. Like this, I think this is going to be the tank. Like if this tank had thermals, I'd probably just keep playing it forever. That the biggest problem it has is, of course, no thermal optics, which really hurts its ability to deal with things at range. But man, smoke rounds and like the cheese you can pull off when they are spawn camping you, or when your team's just in a bad way, like smoke can change the game. It is a god weapon, in my opinion. Let's see if we can find a good opportunity to use it. So I've queued it up. Did someone just try to bomb me? That's rude. All right. Oh, now that's the downside of it. I thought that was the teammate I heard on the road. I did not realize my teammate would just drive by another tank to his left. Like, I don't understand some people's life choices. It's like, put your headphones on, put them in stereo, listen left, right. Like, you don't need 7.1. It's not that hard. If all your allies are to your right and you hear a tank engine to your left, there's a tank there. Then you, well, maybe I'm being unkind. Maybe he was had an injured gun. Maybe he couldn't fight back. So running was kind of the best thing he could do. And yes, I would, in that instance, have loved for him to do a call out or something, but if you've been watching me, you know I'm playing on PlayStation, you know it takes me like a minute and a half to make a call out, so I don't do it very often. Because like, here's me making a call out. Put the tank in neutral. Hope no one plays War Thunder. That's the, oh man, this is why, cruise control, not neutral. Go to the map. The opposite joystick than what, because like my, I gotta press down and left on the D-pad to open this up, and now I gotta use this one, so that's my left joystick, because I can't map it to my right joystick, because that's where the map zoom is. And those are apparently hard-coded. Or they're in a menu I haven't found yet. So, because yeah, if I could just do that and then, you know, move the map around, it'd be super easy to call people out. But yeah, and then I got to get it where I want it to go, and then I got to click it. And never mind, when I go in here, I never know where the controller is. Sometimes it's up here on the left, sometimes it's down on the right, and then every once in a while, Gaijin things want to like highlight things that aren't gonna do anything in the middle of a match. I don't know why it will go select a tank. There's no reason to select a tank. So, yeah. So I want people to do callouts, but I'm very understanding of why some people might not. Because it might be that they are playing on a system that this game was ported to because Gaijin wanted to make a little more money and thought it would just be easier to port the direct mouse controls in rather than, you know, reworking it for a PlayStation controller. Now, Oh, I thought my gun was out. That's my driver. They look similar. Yeah, you didn't take my gun out though, buddy. But I apparently hit a palm tree. Well, let's get some points while we can. Try to shoot his treads. So have you run into the these subjectively destructive palm trees? There are maps where my tank brushes against a palm tree and it falls over. No problem at all. Then there are maps where I can be moving at, 15, 20 kilometers an hour and a palm tree will not bend. Like, will not. And it's very specific to certain maps. It's like city maps that have palm trees as decorations. It feels like those trees must be somehow coded differently than the maps where palm trees are like the plant of that map. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's something I've noticed. Maybe it's tank. Maybe there's like an intervening variable that I'm not getting. Maybe it's more about like the specifics of the tank I'm using. It usually happens the most when I'm like backing up and I bump into a tree. Oh, that's rude. It usually happens when I'm backing up. I don't see anyone. Who the hell shot at me? Was it my teammate? Did I shoot somehow? I don't think that was me. Whatever. I better give some fire because this guy's in a good spawn camp position. Yeah, no, I've noticed that. I think it might be a something that happens at different tiers of the game. I think at higher tiers they use a different system than at lower tiers. Like they call out the tickets specifically. I don't know why that is. But I've noticed it on like certain maps, and I think they might be larger maps. I don't really know. But like when I queued up the other day and accidentally had my tornado in and got like in an tier 11 match on accident, they had the different counter. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do not know then. That'd be interesting information to... Oh, dude, you're... Okay. Really, bro? Really?
Thank you. We no longer have the advantage.
Was that someone shooting me, or was that someone crashing their plane into me? I feel like they crashed a plane into me. Which, like, yeah. I understand the impulse to do it, especially if you've got bombs. Like, especially if you're like, hey, I want to get these bombs on target, and I'm frustrated because I keep screwing up my bombs. But, yeah, it's very, very unusual. Okay, let's try to get this on target here. Okay, so we're getting just...
The enemy's getting closer to victory. Attention to the map.
How'd I miss? How on the sweet Reese's Pieces did I miss? Oh, what? Oh, grumble. Grumble. I hate that changing shells changes your rangefinder. That is the biggest crock of shit. Like, hey, the loader put in a new round. I guess by default my gunner zeroed out the range because shells definitely rewrite the range of the gun. No, it's a meta mechanic put in by Gaijin for some silly ass reason. Maybe there's value in it. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know, but I know I hate it, and I wish they'd make it go away. Because like yeah, I switched from like AP to HE. That should not steal my ability to like put shells on target because I switched. All right. Now we can do what we were going to do in the first place, which was really mess their day up.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Excellent.
So now I'm going to just push up on them. But now I'm in audio range, so I got to be careful here. I really want to get over to that spot, but we'll see what I can do by being here first. Now, okay, good. Now you zeroed out because they changed rounds again. Wow, that stuff hangs out for a minute, don't it? So one thing I found out with this thing that's kind of nice is if you can up your suspension, because what's going to happen is... Oh, clever girl.
Attention to the map.
If you increase your suspension when you're peaking a ridge and you go over it, if somehow someone tracks you, you can reduce your suspension to get kind of out of the side of the ridge. So, all right, now we got our smoke back up. So let's mount the ridge like it's 4,000 feet high. That was my mistake. I should have pulled that dude's corpse out of there and given myself a better approach. I just hate when teammates die in ways that are inconvenient to me. Though I do take a certain sort of perverse glee in knowing that my death is going to screw up the a-hole behind me who plugged me with machine gun the whole drive to town and ran me off the road into a rock because he's too impatient to try to pass. Or, like, I had a guy who was literally pushing my tank. Like, he was much faster tank. It was like a Leopard 2A. Pushing the T72, and to the point where like I couldn't do anything because if I did, we're both getting stopped in the open, and it was just such a dick move. And I'm sure some part of his little tiny brain thought I'm helping, but he was not helping at all. And in fact, I see a rock coming towards us, and I'm like, well, if I turn, we're going to crash. So I'm like, I just have to trust that this dude understands what's ahead of us, and he's going to stop pushing me, shoving me, before we get there. Now, what do you think happened? Do you think he stopped pushing? Or do you think we hit a rock, jackknifed, both got caught out in the open and blown up? Because if he stopped pushing me, I probably wouldn't be telling this story. Just pure assholery in this game. Like, and I get it. If you're having just the shit show of a day, you know, if you're just stuck on the team that can't get things done, if you're the problem, it's you. Like, yeah, it's gonna be frustrating, and you're gonna wanna like do some power moves to like fucking feel like you're accomplishing something. But the most counterintuitive thing in the world to learn about War Thunder is that the angrier you get, the more aggressive you get, the worse you are at the game. And that's not to say like aggression, like in and of itself, like moving towards the enemy, playing aggressively, getting into advanced choke points, keeping them from advancing. Those are not the things that will cause you to lose. Those are actually very good things. I'm talking about aggression, meaning playing with anger in a way where you are not thoughtful about the decisions you're making and the impacts they have on your team members and the positions that they put you in, right? That's the thing that's going to cause you... Oh... Locked turret. Dead engine. You know, someday I'm going to find a nation that their turrets don't break every single time they take a round. I'm going to find a nation that's drivers aren't the first one to die every goddamn time. Someday there's going to be a nation that can actually fight well. Yeah, I know they're throwing several 1,000 pounds of dense metal through a tiny tube at a high velocity with the express purpose of damaging my vehicle. But it's still stupid. It's still annoying. So let's, how about we do, how about this? How about we grab our fastest tank and we just shove a teammate around for a while? I bet that'll make us feel good, right? Like that'll make us better at the game. What do you think? Is the leopard's the shovey tank? No, we're not going to do that because that is childish. And there is a point of childish to play childishly, but for me, that's about 2 a.m. So yeah, we're not going to do that yet. Though I did click spawn, but apparently the game disagreed. I saw someone who said console players always spawn in late. And I've been paying attention, like, yeah, generally I do. Though I think it's because of that. I think I ready up, and I think the game does something where there's like an intermediary step between me readying and then sometimes it'll clear the ready and I have to ready again. And I think if you're not really paying attention and not mashing that ready as soon as it goes, that gap gets longer and longer. And so I think that's what happens with console players. I speculate it may be a bug with the code Gaijin uses for like moving this onto a console. Maybe it does it on PC. I don't know. If you play on PC and you've had that experience, let me know. If you play on console and don't have that experience, I guess let me know. I don't want to be unfair to people who make this game. They're very nice people who do things that I enjoy. Honest to God, that was satisfying, right? Like that's why we play the game, isn't it? Isn't it? It's these highs and lows. I saw this video, and it's a guy, he's playing, he's comparing what it is like. They're saying there's a guy, oh, he's on that rock fort, okay. There's, he's, okay, where are you? I keep seeing you move, but are you a bulletproof tree? You're a bulletproof tree, damn it. Alright, let's see if we can't just knock these trees over and get an acknowledgement that he's there. We did not. We got no acknowledgement. But we got shot back for it, huh? Okay. But yeah, he's playing bombers in cities, and he's comparing like when you use the bombs that like delay their descent versus the bombs that just conventional bombs. And in the one, it's that like meme of that guy who's like ferociously clicking the keyboard and mouse and like sweating as he's doing it. And then the other is like this kid like dancing and singing while he's like playing a game. And the energy of that is War Thunder to me. Like there's times where it's just so intense and it's so riveting and wrenching about like, oh, can you why the hell did it spawn me all the way over on the far side of that spawn? That's tedious. But yeah, there's moments like that where it's just this wrenching slog of a game. Does no one hear this tank over here? I think there's a tank over here somewhere. I hear it. I heard it. Maybe it was just me. Sometimes I hear my own tank and it wigs me out because it sounds like a tank's right behind you. And sometimes there's actually a tank right there. Like right here, I think. Which is why we are pushing up. I found a really funny trick the other day. When you get the enemy that knows you're there, you can do things like, pull a corpse and see if you can bait them into using their round on the corpse, because they don't really know what's you and what's not you. They just see movement, I was doing that in a spawn, and it was just a cluster. There were like 10 dead tanks around, it was just a big hairy mess. I was goofing around too much. It was a big hairy mess, and I just grabbed a random tank and pulled it a little bit, just like moved backwards a little, and all of a sudden like 3 tanks unload on it, like it was so funny because like clearly everyone is just waiting for someone to move, No one knew who was there. We all knew there were people there, but like I couldn't see them either. So yeah, they unload and then able to kill one, and then my team runs in, now that there's all the shooting done, because of course, they're not going to run in because I'm in there trapped. They're going to run in because all the enemies fired their first round and they think they got a second or two before, they can reload. So, oh, that's a horrible thing. I told you there was a tank there. Okay, bottom glacius. Let's get it. Oh, that deflected off it. Come on, now we got it. There it is. So yeah, if you can hit the bottom glacius, all the ammo is stored in a ring on the bottom of that tank. So yeah, if you have APFSDS at least, it'll go through the armor and just sail right into the ammo, which is pretty beautiful, if you ask me. All right, now we're gonna get over this ridge. No one's gonna shoot us because we're in the Panther, and the Panther doesn't die. We're not gonna die, right, Panther? We're gonna work together again. We had a really great time when we were cooperative the other day. Now that is so much frickin' heat. Let's use our commander first. Let's find out with our commander. Alright, we're gonna push up. I know it's probably too early, but honestly, if we don't push up, we're gonna lose anyways, so we need to make an advance. We need to hold the linchpin so that... Because of course there's an enemy right by our spawn that no one's calling out. That tracks. Welcome to War Thunder. Someone calls him out after he shoots me in the butt. How great is that? How great is that? This is a great game. It is really a great game. I love it. But I love to complain about it. It is the cat of video games. That's my favorite. I've grown up with cats my whole life, and I love them to death. I love them dearly. Don't you dare talk bad about my cat. But all I'll do is just complain about cats. My cats specifically. Your cats are fine. They're your cats. I'm not going to complain about your cats. They can be as good or as bad as you want them. But my cats are always have problems, and they're always just the worst. And frankly, that's the way I want it. That's the way it's supposed to be. All right. So now we have gotten here. We've hopefully gotten out of the line of fire. And what I'm going to do is try to see if I can't get a pick or two to just open up some lanes for my team. All right. Now, we do have the problem of one guy knows we went over here. So hopefully he doesn't have a line of sight on us, and it doesn't look like he does. But then we have the problem of, well, one, the leopard just being the noisiest son of a bee in the world. Oh, come on. Gotta get realigned here. I hate that when I have, like, the sights on them, but then I move the tank an inch and I lose them. Come on, buddy. Pop up, pop up, pop up, pop up, pop up. I have thermals, too. Like, this should not be this hard. Fall over, tree. Thank you. Yep. Great, he spotted me. Now, that's something I will never understand, because, like, right, like, I'm watching him mount the ridge. Yet somehow, he's not over the ridge yet, but he has put a round into me. Is it just that good of depression on the gun that, like, the gun can literally get over the hill before the tank has even crested it? Or a pretty good depression. That's like Norwegian in the middle of winter level of depression. See, that joke's funny because Scandinavian countries have a very high rate of suicide. And most of it happens in the winter. Ooh. Man, I am so frustrated with the nuclear sun and this quasi-night stuff. Like, it's like, this is too, like, you know, I can see me perfectly fine, but I don't want to see a nuclear day of green. Like, I'm ready for actual night battles, please. Like, okay, get on the damn map. And Broseph behind me with his Well, he's basically in the same tank as me. I was going to complain about his loud-ass tank, but I'm just as loud as he is, I'm sure. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Dealing with the night vision problem the smart way by turning on my thermals. I'm not dumb, you're dumb. Alright, let's do this.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I got a sailboat. I have this song from that meme video in my head now. I wasted my life. I don't even know what that song is. It's like I've got a cell phone, maybe? I don't know. Boy, that's a bad sound. Don't like to hear that sound. The guy right behind you blowing up. That kind of sounds like you've made a mistake. Or that you're gonna be next. But if I can get up here, and assuming no one beat me up here, and no one's coming up here, let's use our ears. Panther, stop. Leopard, do not roar. It's quiet time. Mr. Leopard, it's quiet time. Alright, now let's be quiet and let's find some tanks to kill. Okay, that's a hot zone, but that's a hot mess zone. That's a tank to kill. Yeah, of course we just lost sight of him, because that's what we do.
1 Uhr. Entfernung 1000 Meter.
Boy. Look. This freaking shrub. That's what cost us that. Okay, just saw a fire plume.
The enemy is winning.
And of course I can't get rid of the stupid shrub. Because it's an invincible, bulletproof shrub. This game is littered with them. Look at that. Look at...
Panzer 12 Uhr. Entfernung 650 Meter. The Allied forces have captured a zone.
Did someone murk him? Where did he go? Oh, he got behind a ridge. That's what happened. Alright. I mean, really, we should clean up our mess, because otherwise he's going to clean up our mess. That's got to be him, right? Does no one on our team see this dude? How many people on this tank do I gotta kill? I gotta kill each one individually like I'm a hitman. Well, got the adamant bonus at least. Well, thank you for telling me where your turret is. Okay. Honestly, how many people... Holy shit, there's a guy coming.
Allied forces have captured a zone. We're ahead of the enemy.
So every time I get a one person watching or a comment, it goes right over my mini-map, which 99% of the time, totally fine. There are moments like this where I'm trying to read my map where it just drives me bananas. It's like, why are you depriving me of my map right now, person who has no idea they're doing anything, you know, like it's one of those things where it's just like, oh, yeah, of course you have no idea that my map is in that quadrant. Okay, that was a tank killer, and I'm concerned.
Attention to the map. Attention to the designated grid square.
That he's gone.
Request target for airstrike.
Like, genuinely concerned. Because, like, this is, like, that was close. Like, he's around me. Alright, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? We got thermals. How is this hard? Is that him? Nope, that's Smoking Wreck. Alright, alright, alright. I mean, he's along this road, right? Am I just not up high enough to see him? Oh, good, we finally killed that guy. Was that what I was hearing? Was that my team killing that guy? Still not great that I can't find that tank destroyer. He could be playing like the longest con in the world and just waiting for me to step out. Good, finally some trees that aren't frickin' bulletproof. Hate bulletproof trees. They ruin the immersion. Hey, Walt, how are you doing? Alright, alright, alright. You settle down over there. Settle down, I say. Oh, that feels good. Yeah, I would not do that. I mean, you know, not out here trying to tell you how to live your life, but like, yeah. Okay. This guy, 100% coming to hunt me. This is a guy I killed. Or I killed his father, or some bullshit. But he is not having it. Alright, come back up. No, I know. Oh, accidentally. Okay, that's important. That's a good distinction. Oh, come... What is with the...
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
You do not have that many tree branches moving around. Settle down. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to frickin' find him. Alright, I'm gonna assume he got... I can't highlight him anymore. That's one thing I don't know if you can do in PC. That might be one of the few advantages you have on console, is I can just click X, and it'll highlight planes. It'll put that little faint box around them, which feels a little cheesy at times. Oh, there he is. Okay, okay. I see him. I see him. I see him. Of course we hit him in the ass cheek. You don't see me, bro. Yeah, you don't see me. I'm at a payphone calling my Okay, you're down there somewhere, just below the apogee of what I can see. All right. Man, I want to prune those trees so bad. Like, that is one of the things that, like, I wish I had a teammate who I could just say, hey, see this ridge I'm on? Shoot every single machine gun, every tree up here. Because if I do it, I'm spitting out rounds, and that just makes me a big-ass target. But if they're firing into it, it might actually trick their teammates into thinking that ridge is secured by someone that, you know, or that the enemy players are idiots and they're just firing at nothing. You know, like, it's one of those things like we see other people on other teams doing goofy stuff all the time, and we don't really understand what's happening. We just worry, are they shooting at me? And if they're not, well, hey, then you just roll with it, right? So, well, sorry to hear about that. Well, that's not good. Did you go to the doctor? Get the help you need? All right. On this map, I'm going to show you just a little cool trick I like to use. It's called, well, I don't know the name of it. I call it wall mounting, but it's not really wall mounting. There is a definite tactical, like, military name for this procedure. But this map has a really, really good use case for it, where, like, you have to do it here or you're going to get smoked. So, like down on like between the CD line and the 2-3 line, there's like the line in between each of those kind of comes to a point right at the edge of a building. And if you roll past the edge of that building, you will get shot by someone on the other team 80% of the time. But if you don't get a gun pointed down that lane and stop them from doing it, the other team is going to just play merry hell with your back line and make your whole life hard. So what do? And that's where I do this strategy. So, and by the way, these are some of those invincible palm trees. This map, these palm trees do not fall down easily, and it bothers me. All right, so what I do is you drive up to the corner and you get as flush as you can without sticking your tread or whatever over the edge, right? Because if you do, they'll shoot it. And then, easy peasy lemon squeezy, you just back up. And what it's going to do is it's going to open up the field of fire so that you can start covering almost all the way to their corner. Without exposing yourself. If they're right at the corner, they can't see you now. See? Right there. Right there. That guy. So now, we just keep going, and that's unfortunate. Now that might have exposed me. So this is why the positioning, or lack thereof, of your teammates is so vital in this game, because if they die in an inconvenient place, certain maneuvers don't work anymore. Same goes for the enemy. If they die in an inconvenient place, well, at least I didn't. Oh, hey, I can do a call out, right? Let's do that. It takes 4 hours, but... Oh, shit. He can loop around and get me. Boy, those are all my things. That's unfortunate. Didn't have machine guns, didn't have guns. All right. Well, now I'm going to show you one of my other favorite strategies on this map. So this is good if you've got tanks with really good optics, tanks with really good, really long-range accurate guns, which I like to kind of race the beach line down here. And this is the sort of situation where it's either going to work well or they're going to counter it hard. And it just really depends on kind of who you're playing against. So the first stage is you just drive all the way out to the beach. You don't even, like, you know, you worry about them if you have to, but your goal is to get down here in this depression. All right, because many, many people will not look in this depression. They will not focus on it. They will not pay attention to it. All right. Now, I'm hauling butt here because, well, okay, because I thought I had teammates who were behind me. Now I'm not hauling butt because I don't want these guys to shoot me. In fact, I want them to think I'm stuck there. Let's tell them they're hereish. Of course there's two. Because why wouldn't there be two? Their team can play as a team. Our team can't. Our team... Well, okay, they were playing as a team in that they had two guys going down one alleyway for no apparent reason. Like...
Request target for airstrike.
My biggest pet peeve at this tier is people often play like they're playing lower tier games still. They don't understand their tanks are fundamentally different machines than they were. Most people, they want to move slowly, they want to clear things, they want to be safe. That's what we did at those low tiers. Now, though, we're at a different tier. Now we're at a place where we need to be fast, we need to be mobile, we need to reposition, we need to play range. And these are hard ideas to have to hold all of them in your head at once, but we gotta. Because if we play like we're playing, 1940 German tanks, we're gonna lose. Because imagine having one of these tanks, any modern tank, any tank that can, with the armor it's got that can go 50 kph, but give it a gun comparable to like what a tier 5 gun would be. Give it an 88, give it a 7.5, a 75 millimeter, any of those. Give it any of those, and imagine how you would play against a team. You'd run roughshod over them, wouldn't you? Like it wouldn't even be a contest.
Hubschrauber, 11 Uhr, Entfernung 700 Meter.
Because you'd have mobility, you'd have the thing that like would just win it for you. You wouldn't have to sit behind a rock and rev back and forth and just kind of peek your nose around it. You just go, and that speed gives you the initiative, which is like so powerful in this, and like. When I'm not playing and I'm watching videos of like people talking about how they play, like that's the thing that I keep hearing between early tier and late tier. It's one of the reasons why I think if you've ever bought like a higher tier tank and you get like pushback from if you get a sense in the community, like the other players, where they have like kind of a chip on the shoulder about wallet warriors. People who just buy their way into high tier matches. It's because of that. Because they're like, if you don't, like, this is the sort of thing I understood it intellectually before. Like, I understand the idea of it. But I now understand it, like, viscerally. Like, it's a real thing that I feel. The difference between the tiers of tanks, it's night and day. Like, these tanks, these are not World War II tanks. They are not going to play that way. And it's so wild that so many people in high tier play them the exact same way. You know, it's like, okay, I'm gonna, like, I've seen people do this. They get out of the spawn, like we are now, and then they start going, where are they? And it's like, bruh, no. Get in there. Get going. Like, you have stabilized sights. There's no reason to stop moving. Now, you got to do a little more situational awareness of your driving, which granted, you did not have a lot of practice at. Like, you know, the game did not practice driving and shooting until this year. Or it didn't reward practicing that, that's for dang sure. But yeah, so like if you don't have a command to like lock your throttle, that's something to put on your hotbar or into your, you know, the short list. Then the next trick is how to steer, because I tend to do like Tokyo drifting if I'm not paying attention. Like I'll pull a little too hard to the side, and then it's like, at any show in Tokyo. It's not good. It's not great. My singing is not great. But yeah, no, that's something that'll happen. But yeah, this is this is how we got to play. We got to be going full speed, looking around, finding, because that's why the maps are so damn big now. That's why they changed the maps. Because if they kept them on those same tiny ass maps, people would literally be doing Tokyo drift around corners at full speed just to, like, you know, get the shot on the guy who's holding the corner, because like your turret and your reflexes aren't going to be as fast as a tank moving 50 kilometers a mile. Words are easy for me. 50 kilometers an hour, who decided to whip a shitty. You know, it's one of those. Okay, now this is the sort of thing where I really got to be cognizant of my positioning, because I can't back out fast. So now I got to slow down and find out who blew that guy up. He's right there. He's right there. Look at that. That's very convenient. Okay, we got his gun. We gotta have got his gun. There's no reason he wouldn't shoot me if he had a gun, right? Like, you have a gun, you use a gun in this game. Now, the problem is, am I exposing myself to people behind him if I go forward? Well, expose myself to people on the left, that's for sure. Yeah, that broke my gun. Now I've signaled that my gun is broken. He will finish me off. And I'll repair, and I'll hope my team can put fire on him. Sometimes, when they get your gun, it's better just to hold your fire and let them question whether or not they got your gun. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you're driving a tank that doesn't, like, have the gun visually explode. Like, you know, comically so, like it's a Daffy Duck gun that blew up in his own face. You know, like, the Tiger was the worst at that. I hated that when they blew up your gun, man, anyone could tell. Like, there was nothing subtle about a damaged gun in a Tiger. Some guns, they're very hard to tell that they've been damaged. I think the main distinction is whether or not I'm driving them, frankly. So what I want to do here is I want to fire my first round, and then I want to lay down smoke. but I want to fire my first round. And I got these big ass buildings and an indestructible seeming tree. Oh, see, look at that. Look at that. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd they go? There were two of them. One there. There they are. There they are. All right, we're gonna take our shot. We're gonna get our shot. There's a damn thing in the way. Oh my god, I led that and then... Bruh.
Another zone captured. We have the
Now I have smoke loaded. This is such a bad idea. Because of course the range didn't reset, because the range wouldn't reset, because the game is... Alright, we're going to put some smoke down. We're going to allow us to advance safely, casually, calmly. Holy crap, where did that round go? That went to heaven. Yeah, that's a little more reasonable. 3K away. That round went somewhere else. Alright, so we're going to put this round down here on the hill.
We're winning.
And we're going to put this round down here on the hill. Now we're going to take care of these guys as we advance. Now we still got our smoke if we run into trouble. And we got faux smoke, as I like to call it, which is just artillery that makes a bunch of shit that's really hard to see through. Okay, I don't... Boy, that's frustrating. So there were two. There was one on the hill and one on the thing. Now, there are definitely things I could have and should have done different. I should have been using like the terrain. I was driving just on top of the plane. I was trying to keep a good visual to get them, which is the sort of thing you want to do if you've got multiple people on your team advancing. You know, you want to have like multiple targets so that when a tank fires, you can all fire back. When it's just yourself, you got to be a little sneakier, and I wasn't doing a great job of doing that. All right, so here we're going to go up, and we're just going to fight on that C point. I feel like that's pretty crucial because everything else is downhill of it. If you have the right side of this map, if you have that like C section, then it's very easy to put a herding downhill. Because when other people crest ridges, they're going to crest ridges, but you're still able to see them from the top. So I don't know why more of this map is not just everyone fighting at the top, but I'm sure that's because, you know, there's multiple different playstyles, right? Like, not everyone in Fortnite wants to build stuff. Some people want to crawl around as bushes. Some people are just jumping around to sightsee, you know? I don't know. I do want to get a laser rangefinder for this tank very badly. Right now, I feel like the 48 Super is just a like a chubby boy Leopard. It has not made an impact in like an enduring way. Like, I like several of the features, but everything I like about this tank, I think the Leopard does better. Which isn't really, like, a great selling point, you know, like it's yeah. See, look at teamwork. What did I do? I was here, I guess, so maybe that's why people group up like fools. It's then like, hey, look at, I'm next to my squad mate. We're a team. We clearly did a thing together. All right, I'm gonna push out. Oh. I thought I heard a tank to my right. Maybe not. Maybe not. Boy, it'd be pretty cool if I had smoke right about now. Oh, that's what I heard. Alright, we're gonna repair this guy. Oh. Or someone's repairing him. Alright. Gonna push up. Did that guy not die? It's fascinating. I killed a helicopter. I don't care that he had to be on the ground for me to get him. I did kill one. Okay, now I have pushed probably too far. But we're gonna keep up with it. Yeah, I saw him, Burrow. I saw him. Oh, that's our helo. Now that, by the way, is a wonderful argument for why thermals are nice and necessary, because that guy was ass across the map. Though I'm curious why a tank is so much damn hotter than sand. Like, I do wish there were certain maps where, like, the thermals just wouldn't be very effective because the heat differential can't be that much. Maybe there are. There's, like, burning towns and shit, but you know what I mean. Alright. Gonna do the same thing, only this time I think I'm gonna hold that high ground so I can deal with smartasses like that guy. The problem is, again, without a laser rangefinder, it's very hard to get the right range. You spend a lot of time just mapping out a spot. It's kind of sad. Like, I feel like the play through the game is make your tank playable, then play the next tank. Like, I'm trying to think any other game where they do that, where they're like, the goal is to get the main thing you're doing into a working state, and then you almost instantly abandon it after that. I have driven the wrong way. I am supposed to be on the other side of this dune, so I'm going to cross it, and I'm going to get shot in the butt while I do it. I am going to get shot right in the tuchus, because crossing a ridge out here is death. Oh, shit. Nope, that guy's dead. Okay. Yep, I said it was death, and then I stopped to try to kill someone. I know that's not... Yeah, listen. I have good advice. I just, you know... Okay, first off, rewatch that. Because the dude did not so much bomb me as he punched me with a bomb. I distinctly saw that MFer bounce off me. Just slammed it into the side of me. It was a dud. It was just a heavy dud. Wow. What got him? Oh, he went over a ridge. That's what got him. Oh, interesting. See how your battery power drains, but if you try to turn your turret, it goes faster? That's fascinating. I've never noticed that before. That they actually penalize your battery drain just based on the actions you take. Alright. So now... Should we try fishing? No, we're not going to fish. There's no one there. But we are going to get this guy out of our spot, because I want to be there.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Alright, let's get some ranges worked out. This rock is how far? 600. To that dune is how far? Okay, to that dune is how far? And how far are you? 250, so between 250 and 600. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that's it's a little axiomatic. I mean, all tanks used correctly are dangerous, but yeah, there are definitely ways to play certain ones. It's funny because like, the reason why we think certain tanks are good is because of the historical context, right? Like, Tigers were really good because they were up against Shermans, and they were up against early Shermans, so that's when they developed their reputation. But when you look at the early Sherman and the Tiger, they're not in the same BR, not by a long shot, right? Like they're not matched up against each other. You'll see them in the same matches, but this game kind of artificially conflates things where, like, the Weasel, or there's like the Germans have a AT, a fixed frontal AT, but it comes at a remarkable tier. Let's see. Let me go back to the hangar and show you this thing. Over here, this guy. So we go Jagged Panther, JPZ-45. I got this thing. I didn't care about Ferdinand or Jag Tiger anymore, because this thing, tier 6.3, hands down one of the best tank destroyers you're going to get for the tier. Why? Because heat FS, right? Like, this thing can hit people at any angle, at any range, and it's gonna mess them up. It's gonna give them a bad day. And it's the first tank that I recall getting heat FS. Additionally, it's a Korean era war tank. Like it's a modern tank. It's got goes 70 kilometers an hour forwards or backwards, and then after that you play the Ferdinand. Like yeah, these are armored behemoths, but like, this is confusing to me, and that's because they're doing it based on overall tank's traits, not when the tank existed. And that's one of the things to me that makes things kind of hard in this game, because you end up in situations where, like, the Moss and the Leopard, and like, the Moss is not, it's good, don't get me wrong, it's a good tank, it has lots of armor, but you put one team of 3 Mosses against a team of 3 Leopards, and you know who's winning, right? Like, the Mosses aren't going to be able to, like, control points well enough. The Leopards just have to figure out where the Mosses are and just avoid them the entire match. And then the Mosses could split up and each take a point, but 3 Leopards are going to take them out. You know, it's that sort of thing of like, there are things that just get better, and mobility is one of them. Like, mobility is king. King. All right. You know what? We haven't done this in a while. I haven't done it in a while. I'm going to just go... Ooh, I'm going to go rush A. I really haven't rushed A in a minute. And I think this tank might actually be really good at it. I think it's got really good, like, angle for its front deflection that I think is going to make it very hard to... very hard to... It's going to give people problems. Now, a lot of it's also going to be about positioning. And the fact that I'm doing this entirely alone. Okay, yep, that's probably not going to make this go well for me. So maybe we'll audit that plan a little bit. Let's see if we can cover the point from up here. I don't know that we can. Oh, well, we can. We can much better than... Bulletproof trees, get out of my way, please. Bulletproof. There we go. All right. What's our range? 450. Dialing it up. And we're going to start getting in position to get a little better hull down. Because, like I told you, that bottom glacis plate, that's where you want to hit this tank, because it will explode. The reason being there. Sitting on just a cavalcade of explosives. So you put it through that bottom plate, goes right through the driver, and then into the ammo. Okay, I really expected them to rush A. There's someone on the other side who's just doing what I'm doing, isn't there? Isn't there? Yeah. Oh, nope, they're capturing it now. Okay, good. Whew. Now, they're not going to just drive out in front of me, because that would be silly.
Attention to the map. Request tech assist.
This is not the appropriate way to get down, but it's the way I'm going to try to get down. There we go. Much faster. Yeah, they need to put fall damage in here. That was ridiculous that my crew survives through all that bullshit. Oh, bro.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Oh, there's definitely a tank coming. I forgot there was a hole there until I heard the sound coming from my left, and I'm like, why is there sound? And I'm like, oh, that's right, there's a cave hole passage thing. All right. Let's do the M48 Super. Yeah, I'm hoping the Leopard 2 is just something amazing, because otherwise this whole kind of tier after the KPZ-70 has just been a little lackluster for me. Again, good tank, but it's just a taller Leopard. Maybe it's got some magic features I don't know about. But, yeah. But if you don't know about it, does it really exist, right? Like, does it matter? At least not in your opinion, you know, like in the moment, right? Like, oh, it irritates me that that's on the wrong control. I'm gonna have to try to fix that. I'm gonna have to. Yep. I tried to call it out because you've got like half a second before you die where you can call out where your killer is. But you've got to have a controller set up that's conducive to you calling it out quickly, which I don't. I do not. All right. Yes, please and thank you a million times. All right, let's go to controls. Is that a common control? Map navigation. I don't think it is. Let's, I'm going to Google something quick here. No help there. I mean, there's people complaining about the problem. Um, hmm. Okay, so not finding anything there. Let's go through this very patiently. Swap sticks for common control without modifiers. Okay, let's save this because I'd hate to have this all set up and then try this. And okay. Now let's... Whoa, that's not what I thought was going to happen. Just going to see if I can control the map with my other stick doing this. Might require me to remap everything else, but if it gets the thing on the right controller, that might be worth it. Nope. No, I swapped all the sticks, but this one still controlled this way because the map thinks the... That's unfortunate. All right. All right. Like, why is there not a map controls button, right? Like... Okay, that is the R. I see, I want it on the R stick, so I have to find everything that's on the L stick and see if one of those can be controlled the other way. Okay. It's not Navy. Let's see if there's something here for... Because ground is where it's most important to call something out. Okay, I gotta start over and I gotta read these as I go. This is super exciting. Thanks for watching. Okay, automatic transmission, short break, okay. Okay, reset weapon selection. Yeah, camera control. And I thought this was it for a minute, but that just controls this one. And the thing is, this stays open, so you don't actually need the right stick. You know, I was like, oh, if I have to hold it, you know, but like the scorecard and the map, they require you to hold it open, which is very frustrating. Especially if you do it with directional pads, because then it wants to like move the arrow for some reason. See, look, I can still rotate my camera. Why can I rotate my turret? Like, you know, it's just an interesting design choice, and the fact that I've got a million options to change all the controls except that one. Oh, what is it an option? Let's see. Is it an option? Sometimes they put them in options. Common battle setting. I mean, I'm sure it's not, but okay. Is there an option to show mini map? Air battles? Probably not. Boy, that is frustrating. All of that, and no, I mean, I can put internet radio channels on here, but I can't put the map on the right control stick. Kind of hate it. Kind of hate it. Alrighty. Let's do some damage to someone. We're going to be calm. We're going to be thoughtful. We're going to have a good plan. We're going to stay low to the ground. We're going to make the right plays, not the wrong plays. All right, we're going to take the super... Oh, and I think we are... If we're not top tier, we're close. Like 9-7's top if we're not. All right, we're going to go up to A. We're going to just try to hold A. At least initially. So yeah, I am very much playing this guy and the T72, and I think the reason is I don't really like him. Not in the way that I like the Leopard and the other ones. Like, the other ones I want to play. The 70 and the Leopard. Like, yeah, I want to... Like, I get excited to play them. These are grind. These are like, okay, I'm going to grind it out. But I'm a completionist. So, like, I'm leaving the... Oh, man, I went totally around the thing I wanted to go on top of. Oh, well. This will be an interesting game. But yeah, so I feel like I have to complete them all anyways. Oh, so we have enemy armor on the point because they're not capping. That's a habit you get from having a laser measurer built onto most of your tanks. That's not great for him. Did I just broke his gun, didn't I? There we go. How about right there? Oh, I gotta repair now. Yeah, that's okay. I thought he was the one who was shooting the javelin rounds, so... Alrighty, yeah, let's take the KBC-70 up there. Yeah, this tank, oh my gosh. It's like... Driving this tank feels like, I don't know, like riding a horse. Like, in a good way, like, you know, comparing it to, like, the other one was like... What is it like? The other one's like... I don't want to be too mean to it, so I'm trying to find an analogy, but it's like mopping a floor. You can do it, yeah, like it's not the worst thing in the world, you know, like it's not a bad thing, but it's, you know, just not fun. But this guy's fun. Like what? Can't see over the ridge? Puff up, puff up. Like that's just great.
Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten. Charlie. 2. Stören.
Get small, get small, get small. You know, like you can just do cool stuff like that. Like, look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. Like to play that much with your height in this game where height on a ridge is pretty dang important. Wow. That worked out well. That worked out very well. So now, I know someone's going to come through this forest, so why don't we... I knew I was going to get shot for doing that, but worth it. Now the question, will they use their second rocket just to follow up the first? I was gambling they wouldn't. I just had a thought. I need to map up my keybinds so that when I do things, because like, okay, when I fly a plane and I check a map, my keybind for map check is D-pad right, D-pad down, both those together. My keypad for flare is D-pad down. So those of you who are paying attention probably guess that I flare a lot while I'm flying my plane on accident. Like not meaning to, just kind of like, oh, whoops, I flared. But I think there's a positive to that of like I could. Okay, that's a helo. I was like, is there a tank to that? I could, on the other hand, set repair to also the voice saying repairing, and help communicate with my team so that they knew what I was doing. I like that. I gotta look into that more. I gotta get a spreadsheet and like do some math here. Now look at that. Cleared all those trees out. How much nicer, how much easier is it to not get snuck up on? That I wasn't trying to do that though. We'll just drop some rounds here. Yeah. That's because I accidentally fired my machine gun. Wonder what kind of round I have in there. Do I have a missile in right now?
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Oh, they're on the point. Where are they on the point? That's the question. Well, they know where I am. They've probably taken up refuge. Perfect.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Now, while he deals with that, we move. Like meow. Crap. I just heard those tracks on the right. I was like, there's someone else here. 2-on-1s are never fair, and our helicopter wasn't doing ish. Oh, don't go there. Don't go there. Go there. I want to go there with the T72. T72 does much better in a situation where it can turn corners rather than back up. And it also does better when it has to like walk into lines of fire. Oh, that's fun. Now, I feel like I got shot from the right. And the problem I have with that is I feel like there were two tanks. I did get shot from the right, but back and to the right. So I was figuring my buddy would come out and he would take the round from that direction. Looks like my buddy did not come out. Frustration. I just have no idea what to do in this game because you can't count on teammates, and it's a team game.
Klarmachen zum Gefecht. Fahrer bereit. Hilfskräfte bereit.
So I think I'm in trouble here because I am not the first, and I'm not really even the second. Like, I think these guys are going to telegraph our approach because I think they look like guys who are going to fire as soon as they see anyone. And what that's going to do is draw eyes in my direction, and then they're going to see me zipping by and going to their line. And people tend to not like to have people on their flanks, so when they know you're there, they'll chase you. But if you can get there without them knowing you're there, then you tend to have a pretty good day of being on the flank. Now, I feel like I hear someone ahead, but they sound distinctly like a leopard, so I think it's actually I'm just hearing my own engine. This is the downside of headphones that are supposed to be surround sound headphones in this game. It does something weird where it just like will re-echo a sound that to make it sound like it's behind you, even though it's not really behind you. I mean, it's technically behind you, but it's not like behind you in a way you would normally care about, you know? Like, it's not a tank behind you.
Schützenpanzer. 2 Uhr. Entfernung 850 Meter.
Boy, that guy's going to be salty about that. I suppose I should have looked around first just to make sure I was alone up here. It'd be hilarious if there's a guy like 15 feet away. Oh shit, did I graze him? Did not mean to do that, buddy. Hopefully he thinks it's the helo. Do you think he thinks it's the helo?
Panzer. 12 Uhr. Entfernung 1100 Meter.
I must have a part of me sticking up over that ridge. Oh yeah. 100% I do. Or at least they think I'm up here. They're trying to get the location marker to show.
Schützenpanzer. 12 Uhr. Entfernung 1100 Meter. Hubschrauber. 9 Uhr. Entfernung 1100 Meter.
That's the guy I killed the first time. He's pretty mad about it. Revenge bombing at its finest. Like, he's like, I know that guy's over here. I'm gonna just bring my entire heavy helo and stare at the section. Oh, and then, oh, these are our recons, okay. Glad I backed off the ridge at least. And glad his aim sucked. Holy crap, look at this. Like, that's maybe 2 rockets hit me.
Der Motor läuft wieder. Verstanden. Vorwärts.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Still got a guy trying to peek me on the hill. Oh, you shouldn't be peeking, buddy. It's not Christmas yet. Man, another dude bringing his frickin'... It's the same dude, isn't it? Isn't it? Crap, it's too high. Good. Thank you. Wait, is he still coming at me? He's coming right for us. Alright, we got him handled. By we got him handled, I mean someone on my team shot him for me. Very appreciative. I'm kind of flattered that they're coming for me so hard. Digging a hole, digging a hole. Gonna be safe from the bad guys and their spawn. Oh, did someone get me? I mean, it looked like someone got me, but I also saw the match was over before then, so it don't really count, right? I don't think it counts. Oh, really? Oh, I got horizontal drive. That's interesting. It's 3 to unlock. I thought I was researching the laser rangefinder. That must be on the other one. And I guess smoke grenades it is. All right. Ooh, okay. Very traditional, very conventional type map. We've got the full boundaries. We can go very wide if we want to, but very specifically, we don't need to. In fact, the contesting point is on the hill. So I'm going to take the T72 up there. Never mind, I'm taking it into town because I didn't select my spawn point. I was going to push for the Sea Hill with the T72 and take it up there, but then again, this thing's kind of got shit for optics. Do you want to see times 6 or times 6.2? Why would you do that? I don't even understand why they make that an option. Bro, we do not need to be out here like sideswiping each other. Alright, but this is what I think the T72 actually does very well, which is charge boldly forward. You know, take up a lane, take up an angle, keep your gun going. Definitely not measure distance, but, you know, the rest of it. Okay, that guy got blowed up, so we're going to slow down now. Boy, 0.5 kilometers. I feel like I should just move forward to get it. Because I'm much more open on the right than I am on the left. Maybe that's the point. Maybe he got smoked from the left. In fact, sounds exactly like that. Oh, he just cleared that. Boy, I hope that's not the guy in the mist who somehow I suppose he heard me. I suppose he was just listening for my engine. But that was weird. He had a marker and I put around and not there. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. So I was doing a little reading. And can't tell if I'm excited or frustrated for the fact that thermal never gets good enough to see through smoke screens, like your smoke grenades. But it does see through smoke screens, the like ESS that like several high tier tanks can make. So like they can have their engines put out an extra bit of smoke to like haze up the battlefield. And that sort of thing. Oh, I missed you by a hair. Well, we're gonna go take the point. Are we, though? We're not, because we're going to get shot in the side if we try.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, you can see my tread on the right there, can't you? Crap, he's coming, too. Yep. Yep, they definitely have better players than us because they're paying attention to the battlefield. And our players aren't because they're a bunch of idiots. I don't know what they're doing. But, it's surprisingly more even than I thought it was. Interesting. Their players who are no longer in the game are no longer in the game with no deaths, meaning they quit. Our team, 2-3 deaths. So, yeah, I guess their team is better than us. They're beating us with players that quit. Which is actually interesting because they quit, we don't get the points for the kills on them. You know what? I need to keep an eye on this wide field out here too, because they could absolutely just roll out there and pick guys off at our spawn.
Attention to the designated grid square.
I know, because I've done this to their spawn.
Lenkrakete, laden.
Gonna go help out this guy over at B, who's trying to cap, but it looks like they must have someone on the point with him. Oh, good. Okay, he's getting it now.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Good night. God damn, I hate bulletproof trees. It's immersion. Trees are immune to bullets, naturally. Bullets are the... That's why armor is famously made out of wood.
Panzer, 12 Uhr. Entfernung, 550 Meter. Ziel getroffen! Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten. Delta, 4. Stören.
Delta 4. Bestätige Koordinaten. Aufgepasst. Abgefeuert.
Flieger, 11
Boy,
Uhr.
that's not what I wanted. I wanted it before, but now I don't want smoke. All right, let's put smoke somewhere helpful then. That looks like a good place for it.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Oh, get down.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Okay, buddy, you just volunteered to be my recipient of smoke. That's pretty frustrating. That's a pretty frustrating weapon to have to deal with. I can't even poke over the ridge, because as soon as he sees any of my gear, he can launch that tow missile. And And this is the bullshit that makes it hard. This is what makes the grind of 9.3 feel like the grind. Like, I legitimately feel like when I felt when I unlocked my first tiger, and unknowingly, I jumped to tier 5 BR because I thought rank was what mattered at the time. So I was like, well, hell, I'm going to unlock a tiger and I'm going to, do well. But I didn't realize all my other tanks were like these little 3s. And so I'd go out with this tiger, I'd play my 1 tiger, and then I'd run out with my 3s and get owned. Just absolutely owned. I'd get owned with the tiger too because I didn't really know what I was doing back then. And this feels very reminiscent to that of like, I'm going out here, I'm doing my best, but like, shit, everyone's got some fucking hinky bullshit thing, and it's just, you just learn through brutal experience of dying over and over and over how to manage to deal with it. And it is what it is. Like, I'm sure some poor schmuck laying out in a field with a RPG feels that way. Like, I've got this very big, deadly weapon. I should be able to win. And then, Hellfire drone missile takes him out. And then, like, what the fuck? How is that even proportional? Like, you just spent like $2 million to kill me in a field. Like, that seems like a bit much, bro. So yeah. Alright, we're just going to push into A, because I think if I can get hull down in A, this is a very strong tank for that. And if I can't, well, then I can't.
Defend the seapoint. I refuse. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I did just see that, right? That wasn't that bush moving. Or was it the bush moving?
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Okay.
Attention to the map.
Oh, okay. So it's good to haul down, but the depression on this thing sucks.
Allied forces have captured a zone. The enemy is winning. Somebody, cover me!
Boy, I hope there's only one tank in there.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
God damn, I feel like I hear a tank to my left. It's just me. It's just me. It's just my tank. It's just my tank. There's no tank there.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. We're winning.
Ooh. Well, that got my gunner. Might as well get behind some cover and repair, right? Or, you know, get behind some cover, whatever. Whatever we can pull off today. Oh, no repair needed. Just lost a gunner. You know what? We're gonna just
We've captured most of the strategic zones.
watch for enemy tanks over here. Ooh. Okay.
Most of the zones are under control.
Okay, so now instead of getting all worried about some dude from the right, let's actually watch this corner. Okay, let's get out here and watch this corner so we can actually see what we're doing out here. Yeah, still, I don't like this angle. Gosh, darn it. It's hard because, like, there we go. That's better. Well, I think we might be making a comeback here. Only got 3 guys left. It sounds like they're gonna make a push on A. So I'm gonna go see if I can help.
Defend the A point! Attention to the designated grid zone!
That was a little better. Why do you, oh, because I have that selected, okay. Let's keep going. These tanks will not grind themselves. Oh, I tell you what, 9-7 feels like it's going to take a long time to get into. Like just these tanks take. It's not a joke to rep up on these. It's a lot of effort. Boy, you're not the tank I would normally want to go up there with. Not having reverse in there, because part of the problem is if you bump something and you get yourself stuck, reverse is how you fix that. And if you don't have an efficient way to fix that, see, look at that. Look at that. For example, let's say the guy ahead of you stops accelerating for just no good reason. You have to back up, and you're slow as shit. So that's happening. That's going to take a minute. What did we do? Run into like the squad and they got 30 seconds to play hide and seek before we started playing? I mean, shit, everyone on their team is in position Their helos are in position. What the actual fuck? Okay, it looks like our guys rushed A. That's what it looks like. So, alright, that makes a little more sense. We actually got an objective, and they sent everyone to the hill, presumably. Or a lot of them. Ugh. Alright.
Air, 270, 3,000 meters.
Thanks.
There is definitely a tank here. Ah, I see him.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
What map? Wow.
Not gonna lie, I feel smart. He said right before he blows up or driving across an open courtyard. Is that my teammate I just heard, or was that? Must have been my teammate.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours. Repairing.
Air, 270, 2,000 meters.
Right now it's an enemy. Crap, I missed my shot there. That's frustrating. Like, I can see them surrounding me, and I can see that there's no teammates anywhere near me. And still got dudes who are rushing that hill and blowing up.
to the designated grid square.
Keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Air 290. Attention to the map.
The Allied forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the map.
Mario Andretti back there.
Over. Mount.
Alright, we're gonna go more directly help out here.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Ziel getroffen. Ziel zerstört.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Ziel ausgeschaltet.
Angriffsziel erreicht. Positionen sichern.
That's my fishing strategy. It's my new thing. Attach a rope to a tank that's a significant distance away from you and then make it wiggle. See who bites. See who panics and shoots it. I mean, oh my god. Like, how much was this guy? Or how much would this guy be? Okay, if we're going to research him tomorrow, he'd be 190,000. Okay, and you're... Yep. 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 We're going to get there. We're going to do it. We're going to get there. So 9.7 is going to suck. 10.3 is going to suck. And then 11.7 is going to be just, what the fuck. 10.3 might not be terrible, but I have a feeling I'm gonna hate it because I'm gonna just feel underpowered every time. I mean, Japan has freaking tanks at that tier that if you hit them with lasers, they get warnings that they have been lased. So like laser rangefinders warn them that they've been targeted. Presumably. Maybe it's only guided bombs, but still, it's just like, what? Why? Why do they get that? America doesn't even get that. Okay, so we're not bottom, but we're not top. We're somewhere in the middle. Alright. Let's take the high ground here. Though this isn't a great tank for it. The thermals are kind of what I'm playing on.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Sie wurden getroffen! Sie wurden getroffen!
Seitenrichterbrief ausgefallen! Jetzt wieder ausgefallen!
Rein!
Stopp verloren!
Sie wurden getroffen!
Erste Aufschläge in Kürze.
Okay, he has retreated.
Hubschrauber, 1 Uhr. Entfernung, 1400 Meter.
Our victory is near.
Air 020, 300 meters.
Fertig machen Sie Motor an. Starte Motor. Motor repariert.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the map. Air 020, 500 meters. Attention to the designated grid square.
I fired. At half a second latency. Well, I like that idea. I like going up the road with this thing. I feel like this tank does very well out in nice flat open spaces and on the flanks of people. Plus then I can steer left or right depending on what's needed. This is that video that I was referencing earlier in the stream where it's like, I don't know, I feel like that's what War Thunder's like sometimes. Excuse me. All right. Let's keep moving up this M48 Super. I keep wanting to call it the Super 8. Move up the Super 8 motel.
Zum Gefecht. Kraftfahrer bereit. Hilfsschütze bereit.
It's not, yeah, it's not a bad tank. I think if you put this in the Russian tech tree, the novelty of it would have some appeal. Makes me wonder if that's what the T72 is. Like, it's just a not great Russian tank that they put in the German tech tree, so it was novel. I don't know.
Attention to the designated grid square.
That was a little low.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
Rückwärts.
We're losing.
Yep. Gee, I can't imagine why we're losing. Did someone get the flank and get pushed back and they don't know how to take the point back?
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Bro, your tank sounds like you're having an asthma attack. I am not interested in having you follow me. You go find your own fucking warfield. But you're about 4 million decibels louder than me.
Attention to the map. If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
You sure that's where it came from?
Vorwärts, Marsch! Verstanden! Vorwärts, Marsch!
Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
just like, that dude called him out, but our team just does too many people with absolutely no idea what's going on the battlefield around them. Sometimes it's me, but I don't think it was this time. I don't know what that AA was doing other than just driving full speed down the goddamn road.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Really, guys? You're just gonna leave it me against all the tanks here? No, hey, cool.
Feuer im Motorraum.
You know what? It's times like this I do need to get a helicopter back in the lineup, because a helicopter has a nice way of saying fuck you to the team without me having to drive around for 10 minutes waiting to blow up because they can't clear a corner.
Ataque de artillería. Coordenadas. Delta 4. Destruir. Delta 4. Reconocido. Disparen. Águila en el cielo.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
But a World War II fighter bomber is your big answer to them just like kicking our ass.
We don't have the advantage anymore.
I hate being the smart conservative player on my team who's left with tanks at the end. It's so fucking demoralizing to be just like, oh, hey, was I smart? Did I plan out what I was going to do the entire match? Cool, what'd that give me? Oh, I have to deal with the mess everyone else fucking left. It's like being a parent or a fucking Republican. The feeling, I mean. Not that they actually did care of anything, necessarily. Because, you know, no one takes care of anything. All right, we're gonna just try to cheese it up. We're just gonna run in and do a helicopter blast. Oh, bro, what is happening? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, hold on. Yeah, we got switched to... That's a problem. Well, there goes our plan. We got stuck in mouse control for some goddamn reason. And that is going to limit our ability to be effective because speed was really the important thing. What? Oh, engine overheated.
Attention to the designated grid.
I mean, do I have to share that that's stupid? Like, I feel like that's self-evident that that's stupid.
Aufsetzen! Los, los, los! Klar machen zum Gefecht. Erstfahrer bereit.
If you're ever wondering why I do that jerk when I take off on tanks sometimes, it's because tanks are the only vehicle where my left stick actually controls forward movement. Every other vehicle, my right stick does. So I have a tendency to press forward on the right stick when I want to move fast, and then that tips the tank backwards. So, bro, you really... Are you not dead?
Our victory is near.
Okay, wait. So that went through the guy next to me and then through me. Or was he over this way? I mean, no, he was that way. So he had to shoot through the guy next to me to hit me. Wow, that's something special. You know, they got to do something where, like, crashing or self-destruction is only penalized if you're under enemy fire. But that seems to be the only time it's okay. Like if you've taken damage and it causes you to lose control. But like, yeah, just stupid to have to lose something because fucking poor skill. All right, remember when I was talking about being crabby and then wanting to like feel powerful by like doing something and pushing another tank or shooting recklessly? Yeah, I'm feeling that right now. Which, okay, it's you know almost midnight, so yeah.
Attention to the map. Recon reports enemy spotted.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Allied forces have captured a zone.
Recon reports enemy spotted. Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid zone. Occupied. Feuer im Motorraum.
We no longer have advantage. The enemy will win.
enemy is controlling most of the zones.
Ziel beschädigt! Getroffen!
Attention to the map.
Gewinn getroffen! Eine Kette ist runter! Gewinn getroffen! We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning. Allied forces have captured the zone.
Liga-Alarm!
All right. I am not getting any fucking kills on airplanes. I got 2 out of 6. Is it worth redoing? Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to get a better one. Help with the... Yeah, that I can... Yeah, I can get that all the live long fucking day. You know what, though? We're going to make one change if we can. Never mind. We're not going to make the change because... Let's see. Does he have night vision or does he have thermals? I think he just has night vision. Yeah, just night vision. Okay. And you just have night vision, right? You don't have thermals. 'Cause if you have thermals, I'll use you. Yeah, just night vision. Okay. So nice. We're doing it twice. All right. I feel like if I can get the helo, I can hit this zone really hard. Let's go for it. Let's try it. I mean, yeah, we'll just go full 16. We're not gonna. We don't expect to live. We're just trying to pull off a little stunt here.
Yes.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
Should have fired more. They were all there. They were all there in a group, but it's a hard angle because they're all downhill. I should have come from the side. But hey, can't be too mad about it. It almost worked.
Allied forces have
The nice thing is a lot of teams will not have AA out right away. I think I ran into some actually, but that's where like the Hind would be better. But the Hind, you can't do it because it's too loaded for bear, so it costs too many spawn points to take the Hind out first thing.
The enemy has most of the strategic zones. Fertig machen zum Motor an! Start den Motor! Jemand getroffen! Getroffen! Alle sind ausgefallen! Most of Rakete, laden.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Delta, Tank, bestätige Koordinaten. Aufgepasst, abgefeuert.
The enemy controls most of the city. If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Leitspiegel, laden.
Didn't even get my heal. I was just trying to heal the bruh, and his bruh is not refreshing his own fucking smoke screen. What's up? What's up? Who doesn't keep themselves in smoke the entire time? And I know he didn't run out because he just spawned. So he made a choice. He's like, hey, I'm going to let the smoke go away. And I'm going to do something. What? What were we going to do? Because he got blown up. That's what you did. Is that what you were going to do? God damn. I hate it when it's just like one or two people in really fucking good tanks just destroying your team. It's so demoralizing.
Aufstellzheim! Gefechtsbereitschaft herstellen. Kraftfahrer bereit. Hilfskräfte bereit.
I was looking at the leaderboards, and you've seen these people who have like insane win rates, like 90% plus win rate, and you're like, how can that be possible? But really, it's like that. If someone has a high enough tier of a vehicle and are good enough, they can just dominate. I mean, go play through like tier 9, tier 8, tier 9, tier 10, right? Then go back and play tier 1. And you're going to be playing against a different class of player. You're going to be playing against players who don't really know what they're doing. They have not put in the effort and the hours you have. So you're going to be essentially skating circles around them, Whereas they're trying to figure out, like, how do I drive in a straight line? How do I drive and use my turret at the same time? They don't even know they're not supposed to do that at that point. You know what I mean? Like, and it's kind of like that, where, like, you got these guys who are just dominant, and part of it's their vehicle. Like, they've probably played through and just ground out the best vehicle, spaded it all up, got all the modifications, and now they're just kind of making themselves feel good by by just dominating the game. Which, like, yeah, hey, you earned it, right? You got good for a reason. Can't back out of it now. That's the motto of the T72. Make a bad choice, better push through it, because you can't back out of it. I know bruh is corner peeking there.
Recon report. Enemy spotted.
The enemy's getting closer to victory. Attention to the designated grid square! Allied forces have captured a zone. Attention to the map! We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning. Thank you very much.
You know what? One day I'm gonna be able to actually pull something off with a helicopter. Is that it? That my match? Sweet, sweet. It's like, how do you get the intel to know that there's a clusterfuck of a fight? Because that's what you need. You need to fly into the clusterfuck of a fight. Just where everyone is busy lining up a tank. They don't have time to break and look to the sky.
Gefechtsbereitschaft herstellen. Kraftfahrer bereit.
Listen, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Like, go back, look. I clicked a different tank. But it launched this one, like, because I clicked it, but it never registered the click or something, but it highlighted it, but it didn't, like, move the thing over. And then for some reason it launched this tank. See, I want to knock this asshole around right now. He's a higher tier than me. He's a fancier tank than me. Yep, but nope, I'm crabby. And so, yeah, that's that petty shit. Like, just, I want to shoot him in the back right now because I'm mad. None of that shit helps. All I'm going to do is confuse them, make them worse players, worse teammates, lower the chance of winning. So let's not do that. Let's just fucking play. Let's be smart. Let's win. In fact, let's go push this edge in case someone else is pushing the edge.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Attention to the map. Most of the strategic zones are captured. Attention to the designated grid square.
Ziel beschädigt!
Our victory is near.
Sprenggranate laden.
Attention to the map. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Ziel zerstört!
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Thank you. Keep it up and victory will be ours.
Wir wurden getroffen! Bombentöne!
Yeah, see, if you guys had all just held your positions, you would have seen him approach. You would have gotten a side shot on him. I would have continued to have side shots on anyone going after you. But no, you had to push up because getting closer is winning in your mind. No, it's not. It's keeping these safe is winning. But Gaijin's got us all conditioned to play the game one fucking way. Because if we can steal their spawn, we win. Because we get more points that way. It's so frustrating because there is what is smart, like strategically successful, and then there's what you get points and credit for. And to have those be disparate things in a game where winning is the goal is so frustrating. Like, hey, yeah, I know we're trying to win, and I know creating fire lanes is the way to do that. Let's assume they know. Let's just, for a minute, let's assume they know. This is something I go through. I know fire lanes win. But they don't do that. Why don't they do that? Well, because there's no points in a fire lane unless the enemy stupidly drives into it. And if the enemy's going to drive into it, so why did you go over that? Well, because the teammate was going back and forth in the lane. So if I were to go the strategically appropriate way, I would have had to drive around the teammate and we probably would have collided. So I thought, well, I'll take the faster way. I'll take the more direct way. Maybe I'll get blown up, but then he's got more cover after the fact. But then, I don't know if you guys caught what he did. As soon as I went up there, he went, guy in front of me, now I charge. Because the points are the way that people are going, and God forbid someone get ahead of you and get more points than you, or steal points that you're trying to get. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Like, how do people play 400 fucking hours of this game and not understand, like, fundamental strategies like cover fire?
Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten. Bravo. 2. Stören.
Bravo! 2! Bestätige Koordinaten! Aufgepasst! Achtung Feuer!
Rakete laden.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone. Achtung! Flieger-Alarm!
That was unusual, unexpected.
Reitspiegel laden. Auf den Weg. Ziel ausgeschaltet.
Flieger!
Like right there, just using smoke to advance, rather than just charging blindly around corners. This is something that should be done, but people don't do it.
A little more effort, and victory will be ours.
Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten. Foxtrot. 3. Erschlag.
Foxtrot, 4. Bestätige Koordinaten. Oxford, abgefeuert. Allied forces have captured the zone.
Stadtfahrer. Vorwärts. Marsch. Vorwärts, Marsch. Hier geht's raus.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Erste Aufschläge in Kürze.
Lenkrakete laden. Treibspiegel laden.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten. Delta. 5. Wiederhalten.
Delta, 5. Bestätige Koordinaten. Aufgepasst. Abgefeuert.
Boden getroffen.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Ataque de artillería. Bordeada. Eco. 2. Destruir.
Eco, 2. Reconocido. Disparen.
Oh, mercy.
Objetivo golpeado. Objetivo dañado.
This is actually a pretty good fight back and forth. Like I'm salty about them, but it's competitive. We had to get rid of a lot of shitty players on both teams apparently, but now we're going back and forth. Like my team, like we've got people who died a lot, but they're still in the fight. So, and they got some people who just never died. Like they had some people who did pretty well for themselves. So. $30,000, yeah. Money every day. That shit's hard to come by. I don't really care about bets. I don't use them, so they don't mean very much. Wow, I think that's the first battle I almost got to use all my vehicle slots. Ugh. Yeah, that's not going to be very helpful to do that in the first round, is it?
Prepárense. Conductor listo. Lo listo. Cargador listo. Suba la hoja.
I'm sorry. Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Ataque de artillería. Coordenadas. Delta. 4. Destruir.
Delta 4. Reconocido. Disparen. We're controlling most of the zones.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
The victory is near. Thank you very much.
Tanque. en punto. Alcance 800.
Mercy.
Objetivo destruido. Ataque de artillería. Coordenadas. Eco 2. Destruir. Eco 2. Reconocido. Disparen. En marcha atrás.
Attention to the map! We've captured most of the strategic zones.
Tanque. 10 en punto. Alcance 650. Tanque. 10 en punto. Alcance 500.
Returning to the base. Reloading! Attention to the designated grid zone. Destroy hostile base.
Ataque de artillería. Coordenadas. Eco 1. Destruir. Eco 2. Reconocido. Disparen.
Reloading.
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours. Misión cumplida.
See, not a big scoring match, but held the flank. No one was getting out that side. Between scouting and, one or two well-placed shots. But Gaijin didn't reward that particularly well. Do much better when it's a sluggy fight and I die and I come back and I die and I come back. And
captured careful message.
Maschinengewehr einsatzbereit.
Attention to the designated grid square! Achtung, Artillerieschlag! The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Ladeschütze aufgefallen.
Yeah, I'm really contributing right now. I can tell. I'm making all the difference with my fishing. Those guys are in a really awkward position because it's like it's too. Oh, well, I was hoping to get that kill, but why do they always manage to hit me in the gun? Like, are they gotta be aiming for it. It's gotta be a skill thing where they're just trying to kill your gun. But God, I've shot so many people in the gun and they still shoot back. Is it the angle? Is it like the fact that I'm like lined right up on them? Do I have to like turn my gun away a little bit? I don't know.
We've captured most of the strategic zones. Attention to the map.
You know what? That feels really cheap. Like, I see the shot. I get it. But like, why the fuck can I never hit them when I'm doing that? Because they're usually not flying straight at you. They're usually doing some sort of weird side drift. What rewards don't I have collected? If you're just going to show me some bullshit, that's not a reward, bro. That is, yeah. Wait, what's this thing? What? Well, that is confusing and cool. I don't know when I won this. I'm like, there's nothing here that says I gotta pay for it, right? Coupons gotta be spent. In exchange, you will get Object 292. Yes. Choose a crew. I mean, it's pretty pricey. You know, if we're going to do that, we might as well just make it a special crew. Well, now I own a Soviet tank. Tier 10 Soviet tank. A top tier premium Soviet tank. An unmodified top tier premium Soviet. That's interesting. So I have to grind it, but it comes with APFSDS, which is the only round it knows how to fire. Get the laser early. That's different. .152 millimeter. Well, shit. All right. Well, we might as well customize it. Yes, we're going to put bushes on it. Of course we're going to put bushes on it. Have you not been watching anything we've done to this point? Ooh, look, they don't have nearly as many little pokey, proddy things in the front that are going to get pissed off if you put a bush on it. That's kind of nice. Oh, the front Glacius doesn't like it if you put a bush on it. But the rest of it's fine. Oh, it just didn't like it if you clip through it. Okay. Wow, you can make very bush-shaped tanks with this one. Okay, so you don't like that, but you like that just fine. Okay, cool. We'll do that. All right, and then I'll tell you what, the Russian tanks are easier to camouflage. There are like no fiddly bits I got to worry about. There's no like little weird things that don't like to have parts. It's just freaking steel, and it's like, oh, camera, do you have magnet? Cool. Magnet plant onto threads, no problem. Now threads are plant magnet. I mean, we got to test drive it, right? Yeah, we got to test drive it. Oh, it does have HE. Oh, excuse me. All right, we're just gonna. Okay, let's see what its max potential is. That's wild. I feel like it's a sign they want me to start Soviet tree.
Экипаж к бою. Механик-водитель к бою готов. Наводчик к бою готов. Леопард! 12 часов. Упор! Цель уничтожена! Танк! 12 часов. Дистанция 400 метров.
Okay, so the whole bottom's filled with rounds, the back's filled with rounds. And I even dropped out a whole bunch of rounds. Yeah, this thing's going to explode if it gets hit.
Танк! 12 часов. Дистанция 400 метров. Цель уничтожена! Задний ход.
Still slow backwards, but yeah, big gun.
Танк! 12
I get it. I get it now.
800 метров. Попадание.
Slow to reload. Slow to back up.
Танк 12 часов. Дистанция 1200 метров.
But shit. Oh, she don't need to back up fast when she does that. Wow.
Абрамс 12 часов. Дистанция 800 метров. Цель уничтожена. Угасным.
Let's see what the HE can do.
Леопард 10 часов. Близко.
Is that how they're breaking my gun? Are they using HE on me?
Леопард 12 часов. Дистанция 650 метров. Цель уничтожена.
Okay, so no thermals.
Абрамс 12 часов. Дистанция 800
That is a mark
метров.
against it.
Цель уничтожена.
Let's feel how she drives. And how she stabilizes while she drives. No machine guns? No machine guns.
Леопард 12 часов. Упор. Цель подбита. Танк 12 часов. Близко. Цель уничтожена.
Y'all need to stop stowing ammo in your front compartment.
Танк 12 часов. Упор.
What if we put it through the exact same spot again?
Танк 13 часов.
Yeah.
Цель уничтожена.
I mean, it drives pretty well. What is that section?
Выстрел. Вижу повреждения.
Huh, nothing in there. Okay. Just a big section. That's so weird not having
Танк 12
machine guns.
Упор. Цель уничтожена. Танк 13 часов. Дистанция 450 метров. Цель уничтожена.
Well, that's That is a strange, strange surprise. Man, that's kind of it's. I mean, I gotta figure out how to make use of that because it's kind of wasted on me. Like, though apparently Russia, you could just buy your way into top tier if you wanted to, and you just. I don't think you could do that with Germany, right? They've just got like a couple. I guess you could, but they wouldn't all be top tier. What about U.S.? You could do that with U.S. too, couldn't you? Yeah, you could get Wolfpack, M1 KVT, M1A1 AIM. Yeah. The hell is this thing? Oh, okay. But that really doesn't have any machine guns. That's so weird. All right, well, cool prize, I guess. I take back my shit talk about the awards. I thought I was just going to get another wager or something. I got a tank. Is that like the event tank or something? Very confused.
Jetzt wird's ernst, Leute! Einwand ein! Klar machen zum Gefecht! Fahrer bereit! Lichtschütze bereit!
Typical War Thunder drivers not paying any attention. Bro, do not come at me like I did that. That was dude who was not paying attention to his driving.
Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten. Echo 4. Verschlag.
Echo 4. Bestätige Koordinaten. Aufgepasst. Abgefeuert. The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Flieger 12 Uhr. Entfernung 1500 Meter. Rakete laden. Rückwärts. We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning. Treibspiegel laden.
Thank you very much.
Panzer 12 Uhr. Im Nahbereich. Ziel zerstört!
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Rakete laden. Artillerieschlag auf Koordinaten Delta 4. Stören. Delta. Kampfauftrag. Tragen. Sammeln.
Yeah, that's hard. I probably should have pushed sooner, but I really thought if I gave them the cover, my team could advance. But I think the thing that stops the enemy from advancing is that they don't know what's beyond the smoke. My team doesn't know if the other team did the smoke or not. So, I don't know. So is that what I got? Did I get the 292? I got the event tank then. Okay. That makes more sense, I guess. All right, we are going to push across the bridge. Maybe not over the bridge, but we're going to advance. Well, that didn't work very well. Is our teammates still stuck up there? There we go. Well, at least cut off that as an avenue to advance for both sides. How did he get behind us? I have a feeling they're going to be on our spawn in no time at all. Wonder, can you ice skate in this thing? Can you like get it low enough that it'll still move forward on its skids? Okay, apparently not. All right. The skids have a tensile limit. Ooh, I've definitely damaged something too. I'm not making good speed. So we'll fly it in hover mode and see what's going on. Oh, we'll get shot down by a jet. I must have just killed my momentum there. Okay, so let's see if that's actually the... Yeah, 292. So that's the event tank. Gotcha. Well, I feel less special. It's just a thing you grind at the event, I guess.
Get close and strike.
we're that much closer to being done with the leopard. We might as well just get that ticked off so we get the advancement for the leopard 2K. Alright, so what's the big... Okay, so it's going to have a 20 millimeter and 120 millimeters, so that's kind of cool. Like, what do you got for pen? 400, 400, okay. Hey, you? 480, 480. What do you got? 440, 440. You? 400. Yeah, the leopard's gonna be... I'm gonna like the leopard more than I like the 2K, but that's okay. It's higher tier. That's probably indicative. I think this was my vitality test where I was trying to raise vitality to see if it made a difference in my survivability of my gunner and my driver. Well, I'll tell you what. High tier runs are good for crew XP too. Shit. Oh wait, is this the one that does that? I don't even know anymore. All right, that should probably be it. Well, thanks for joining, as ever, and you have a wonderful evening. Talk to you soon. Bye.